everything's all good. Get some audio. We are, right. Hello and welcome to today's open match. Not open match. Let's try that again. Morning and welcome to the next match on the River Thames. I'm fishing on a section called Culham Reach today, and it's a club match for Sutton Courtenay Angling Club. I'm on peg 10, so I'm sort of in the middle of the stretch. I've got a few anglers to my left, but most of the anglers to my right, and I'm kind of looking forward to this. So middle of the stretch, but a lot of the anglers are in the early pegs, and there's a lot of empty pegs down the left hand side, just in case that didn't make sense. Where do we go first? Tactics for the day. Let's talk about that for a minute. So as you might know, I've got an injury on my left arm, and I'm still suffering with acute tendonitis. So my physio has banned me from using the pole in order that I try and get match fit for 2 festivals that I've got in September. I've got an upcoming Thames Festival in the beginning of September, and I'm on the Over 50s Festival at Tunnel Barn Farm. So if I want to be able to fish those, especially the one at Tunnel Barn Farm, I'm currently banned from fishing the pole competitively. So that's sort of changing my tactics. I'll go through the rigs for the day, but I'm still quite confident actually, as it happens. I've got 2 whips made up. Firstly, this is a 4 metre one. I've got a 3 metre version, just the same. This is a DH20 0.5 of a gram Dave Harrell float. It's just 013 down to 011. I've got a little bulk, number 8 shots, as you can probably see there. And I've got a size 18 Census 30-50 float. This is a Bleak float. It's just, you might not see that very well. It's got a lot of long shank. Can you see it's got a long tail on it as well? And that's designed to stop the maggot going back up the hook. So the river is currently full of Bleak. And hopefully this peg is too. So I've got 2 whips set up. I'll start on the 3 metre, go to 4 metres. This is actually a nice Bream peg. If you can see, there's a pipe opposite side of the river. Maybe you can see that, maybe you can't. And that's a return from one of the old pumping heat stations. So that lets out some water every now and then, and that sort of changes the water temperature. So this has been known to produce some bream in the past. So on that note, I've got a feeder set up. This is on my SLR 12 foot. I've got 8-pound main line on there. It just comes down to a couple of shots and a twizzle boom, and I'm going to put a 1 metre hook length on there with a size 12 hook, a couple of worms, try and catch some bream. I'm going to feed that with corn and casters throughout the day, because I think there's also a lot of perch to be caught in this stretch. I've set up a window feeder for the first time ever. I'm going to pack that with worm and caster. I'm going to fish that maybe just this side of the middle. There's a lot of weed in the river, so I think I'm going to adjust my lines a little bit. So normally where I go 3/4 over with that feeder, I'll come a little bit closer towards the middle, and then this one I'm going to go like a bit towards me. So I don't know, what am I trying to say? Halfway between me and the middle. That's what I think I'm trying to say. What I'll do is I'll try and get a little overhead shot of the river, and I'll mark out where I plan to fish on there. That'll probably be a good idea. Side trays, I've got all sorts going on today. For the feeder, I've got some green Bream, Advantage green Bream. I think this is my last bag of it. I don't think they make it anymore. So it's a fish meal based ground bait, because I think that's better for catching bream. I've got some live maggots for the whip and maybe on the perch line. I've got some casters, pinkies, dead pinkies, corn, worm for hooking, worm for chopping. I've got some chopped worm done already. And I've got a little selection of feeders. I've got some maggot feeders. I've got a couple of other window feeders. I've got some larger one. I'm going to start on the smaller 20 gram. And I've got a smaller 30 gram feeder. I've got spares in the box, but they're all out. And I've got 2 sets of hook lengths ready to go. I've got some 3 foot size 12 MWGBs on 017, and I've got some 015 size 16 MWGBs as well, also 3 foot. I've got those, and I've got some other hook lengths for the feeder. And on this side tray, so I want to catch some Bleak. I've got some hemp, and I've got some maggot, and I've got some slop. This is Advantage ground bait actually, and I've just slopped that up, also from Daiwa, and I'm just going to put that in, I think, if the Bream, if the Bleak want it. Also, because I can't really throw bait with my left arm, I'm going to start by trying it, but I think I'm going to have to feed on my right arm. So that's it. So hopefully I'm going to catch a load of Bleak, and I'm going to feed for Bream, and I'm going to feed for Perch, and hopefully I'll catch Bream, Perch and Bleak. That's the plan for the match. I don't think there's many roach to be caught in this section currently. I could be wrong. Gary Barkley from Drennan is a couple of pegs to my left, and maybe he ends up with a net of roach, but let's see. I'm quite confident about this today. It's looking good, it's looking good. We've got 5 minutes before the start of the match. Morning everybody. So I think what we'll do to start is we'll put some, I've clipped the feeders up, so I've got to clip the feeders up because you're not allowed to chuck a feeder in before the match, and I haven't brought any bombs to do it with. So I'll clip the feeders up as soon as the hooter goes. Then I'll put maybe 4 feeders on the long line. I'll clip the short line up, and then I'll try and start catching some Bleak. That's the plan. I probably want some hemp on my left hand side to start with if I can. No side trace bag. Let's just feed maggots to start. Let's try that. Let's try that. I think we'll put some dead pinkies, corn, caster, hemp, everything on that long line. I think a little bit of everything. If some Bream come along, I just want them grubbing around for when I go and have a look. And I think what I'm going to try and do is I will fish for them maybe on every hour, have a little look. Let's see. If there's no Bleak, I'm going to be on there straight away, or I'm going to be on that window feeder. So that could be the case as well. So let's see. Fishing 10 till 3 today, so as I said, I've got 5 minutes before the start of the match. Covered in green Bream ground bait. Hopefully we should be good in for a good match. I fished further up this stretch on the other bank last Saturday, if you watched that on the live stream, and there was loads of Bleak to be caught. I know someone fished even further up, lots of Bleak, and they were fished on opposite me, a bit downstream, equally, and there was a lot of Bleak caught. So if there's not Bleak in front of me, then I would be surprised. I did think about fishing a waggler today. I thought I'd set 2 wagglers up, but the physio wasn't too keen on the idea of me reeling in all this time, so I sort of got a frown as well. I think I've got to listen to the physio. Just looking around for Bream. There are big shoals of Bream in this river. I can see some like pimpling on the surface there. I think that's Bleak in front of me on the 3/4 line. Don't really see too much in front of me right here, although I do see a lot of weed. So I've got to be careful if I do get a big fish, get it up in the water far out, and then bring it across the top. I can't have it digging around down here, I don't think. That'll be a bit of a problem. I've got a bit of difficulty with the trees as well, so I'm going to fish slightly to my left today. I think I'm going to aim for that hole between those trees, or maybe slightly to the right, something like that. I'm waffling. Then we'll get this feeder clipped up first. Just going to fish a 30-gram feeder today. I don't think I need to fish anything heavier. There's no flow in the river really to speak of. It's more like fishing a lake. Is everyone good? I hope you're just Just feeling a bit quiet. If someone could let me know if the audio and the picture's alright, that'd be great. I haven't streamed out of this peg before, and it was a little bit shall I, shan't I? I think it should be alright though. But if you could just let me know that you can see and hear alright, that'd be great. Going to be 30 degrees today, I think, so sun cream's on. Got a bit of shade actually from these trees. I don't know how sunny this peg's going to get, but the sun in theory will be in front of me later on today. I think there's going to be a 10-mile-an-hour wind sort of after lunch, but we'll see how we get on. Oh, that'll be good. No, not chopped worm and caster. For the feeder, I'm going to feed corn and caster. And the reason for that is there's a lot of crayfish here. So that bream line, I don't want them anywhere near it. So corn and caster, I'll just cap the ends off with the ground bait. I will fish worm and caster on the open-ended, open feeder, window feeder, sorry. Because I want to catch some perch, so I want to put worm in for that. But I think, you know, I might dot it around a little bit. Right, there's the all in. So let's just get this. Feed this up. As I'm saying, I want to be sort of just over halfway with this today. There's a lot of yeah, that's going to be alright, but as you heard, I've hit the tree. So I think that's my cue to go slightly to the left. Right. So, what are we doing? We're going to put a load of corn and a load of casters in there. Push that straight down so I get a plug of ground bait at the bottom. Cap it off at the top, and that's what we're going to go with. So just to the left. It's deep, just hit the bottom. I'm going to put 4 of these in. And then we'll be off, and I will just then catch up with what everyone's saying. Okay, 2 more of these. I'll put a load of dead pinky in. More casters. And then when I go out, I'll fish this with double dendrobina on the hook, which is my favourite bream bait for here on the Thames. Okay, that's all done. Let's get a hook length from there. I tell you what, why don't we just have one chuck there first? I've just got a feeling. So I'm on the River Thames today. So we're going to fish 2 worms. Break them off 3/4 of the way down. Just like that. And then let's put some casters in that ground bait. Okay, managed to cast all right, so that's good. Just let that hit the deck. Don't need to fish with the rod up in the air. there's no flow, so I can fish this just as if I'm fishing a lake, which is good. There'll be a lot of boat traffic today. There's a commercial boat rental place up in the town. Plus all the canal boats, so I can expect a lot of boat traffic. I now wish I had my stopwatch. So was it 6 minutes past? I'm going to fish 5-minute casts, and maybe I'll do 2 casts. Just want to see. Maybe the noise of those feeders going in has brought some bream into the area. Let's start by seeing if I can get a quick fish, which would be great. I'm confident I've got 2 keep nets out today. We've got a £50 keep net rule for the club, but I didn't want to mix the bream and a load of bleak. So I've put up a net just for the bream today. Oh, and that tip is just bend round like it's a carp. Come on. Just tilt that camera down a little bit, maybe that's a bit better. Just check that thing, grease line. I don't know about whatever that is for fishing for bleak. I'm just going to fish it on a whip. I've got an 013 mainline, 011 hook length, 0.5 gram float, a bulk of number 8 shots. And the way the whole rig works is the shots make the noise, the bleak come to the noise, and there's your bait. Anthony in the chat probably knows what that grease line thing is. I've only started fishing for bleak a couple of years. I've only been really fishing on the rivers for a couple of years now, having fished lakes most of my life, apart from when I was just starting match fishing at like 15, 16. I fished the River Loddon a little bit. I was a member of Farnborough and District Angling Society, so I fished the Loddon and the Whitewater. I had no clue what I was doing, but I did catch a few barbel on the Loddon. So we can give this 5 minutes, and then we'll have another 5-minute cast. God, wouldn't that be good? Let's catch £100 of bream today, which is absolutely doable, by the way. The Thames match record for the largest weight fishing the River Thames was broken last season in the Thames Festival, just downstream from me, not far, with £297 of bream. And there's multiple large shoals of bream that live in this section of the Thames. I think in the Thames Festival over the 3 days last year, I want to say there's probably £800 of bream caught over the 3 days, and they're all £5 plus fish. Occasionally you get like a £3 fish, but there's a lot of big fish here as well. When I'm allowed to get back on the pole, when the physio says I'm allowed on the pole. It's kind of the way it is. At the moment, I think when you fish the pole, you don't really think about like what you're doing, but there's a lot of gripping involved and a lot of pulling, and that's, you know, doing no good for my arm currently, so that's why that sort of activity is banned. Should be delighted watching me sit here now, just with the rod sitting there doing nothing. But yeah, so sort of when it gets better, really, you know, tennis elbow injuries can last up to a year. It's very common to take up to 12 months to repair, but I'm gonna be a very good patient. Right, that's the 5 minutes. Let's bring it in. Let's have another chuck. And then we'll go looking for bleak after that. Yeah, pellets, not really, not here. I don't find that people are successful with them. Corn and caster seems to be the numero uno bait for pellets on this section, not for pellets, for bream on this section of river. And I only know of one carp 2 seasons ago, and I saw a picture of a carp that was caught last year, which was about £25. So yeah, good luck me getting that in. But so that's that, and then there's no barbel known of in this section. You have to go up the river to Abingdon Lock to find a barbel, or you've got to go downstream to the lower moors and Appleford. But through this Culham Reach section here, in 4 years, I don't know of any barbel being caught. That's not to say they're not caught, but I've never seen one in a match, and I've never heard anyone talk about catching them, so we'll see. Morning, Darren. Yeah, I'm not. Well, I think it's a bleak match. Just so everyone knows, I think it's going to be a bleak match. I'm putting in a little bit of bait for Bream, but it could well absolutely be one with, you know, £7 of Bleak, or £3 of Bleak and £4 of Perch. You know, it's not fantastic conditions currently, and there doesn't seem to be too many roach in this stretch. So anyway, if you just tune in, I'm not allowed to fish the pole. I'm on doctor's orders not to fish a pole, but I'm going to cheat and fish a whip. So I'm setting up the feeder, and I'm going to go and see if I can catch some Bleak, and see if I can put a weight together like that today. Oh, and I'm also banned of fishing the waggler, which was my other thought for the day, but right now on the far bank it'll be a Bleak frenzy, and I'm hoping it's going to be the same in front of me. I'm not going to feed it yet, I'm just going to wait. But I can see weed to my right here, in sort of this area. I don't know if that's the right place. I can see weed on the top, and that's, you know, that's probably 3 metre whip distance. I think it's solid with weed in front of me. I was saying to a couple of people earlier, we've got to do maintenance for the Thames Festival, and most of that maintenance is going to actually be raking the pegs of weed. On the far bank there's reeds growing in the middle of the pegs. There's just, so, you know, no flow, so much sunshine that's caused, you know, the weed in the river to go crazy. So a lot of that to sort out. Yeah, I'm not a liquidised bread angler, Alan. There's a few that do, but it's not for me. I'm a fish meal ground bait, fish meal core and casters. That's what they get from me for catching bream. A lot of people put liquidised bread in the winter for chub, but while they're doing that, I'm fishing a pole feeder. So, no signs yet. Not a problem, I'll give it till 20 past. And then we'll have a look. I can't see any Bleak topping, which is making me a little bit nervous. But if that's the case, and there's no Bleak here, then I'm going to have a little look on that window feeder. Fish that with worm and caster, see if I can catch some perch. I just think I didn't clip that up, but I'll worry about that later. And I'll keep chucking bait out for Bleak, but if they're not here, then I don't think that I'm going to do a big weight. Obviously, but I don't think they're going to come if they're not here already, is my point. But let's see. Yeah, I agree, Anthony. I think fish meal ground bait all the way. Fishing for bream on the river. Come on, rip that rod round. Everyone wants to see it. I want to see it. 41 people watching want to see it. Come on, Bream. Play the game. Certainly if there's bream to be caught today, you know, I think maybe I've got 2 anglers to my left and 9 to my right. So I'm closer to where the bream live on this section of river. Gentleman to my left is going to fish the feeder all day, I think. Gary to the left of him is going to fish the pole. I don't think he's going to ignore the feeder, but he's going to primarily fish the pole, I would have thought, or the whip for Bleak. And then to my right, there's a section called the Woods, and we've not pegged it today because there's 3 boats have decided to moor against the bank, which they're not allowed to do. So we've not pegged that today. And then up further to the right of that, then it's Bleak and Perch. So if there's bream to be caught, I'm definitely in a good spot for it. But that's the 20 minutes. Right, I think I'm just going to go straight on the 4 metre whip. See if there's any fish. If not, window feeder next, I think. How have I got that caught up on there? Not going to come off, is it? Okay. So a little bit of bleak fishing, slightly different pattern of hook. It's a longer shank with a big tag hanging off, with the intention that you thread the maggot up the hook, just like that, and then get some fish. Your little daysel chublet, not very big, not bleak. Okay, so we got a little bit that's going to go on for a few hours, I think. So if you don't want to watch a bit of this, then come back and see me at 11 o'clock, where I will go back out on the feeder and have a look. Well, these are tiny compared to what I was catching last Saturday. I'm going to try the 3 metre whip. If they are close, then I'll catch them faster. I was like, please let me get that one out of the bush. See, there's some fish closer. Right, I was watching yesterday, there's a video, old one now, it's a Brian Gay video of William fishing. William Raisin fishing the River Wye for Bleak. There's a good few tips, and what I meant to do, I was talking about this the other day, is I meant to get the fish and then be back out before I put the fish in the net. Now I'm just thinking maybe this is too close, because I've hooked that weed and I've got that rig set, what, 18 inches deep? Yeah, look, one fish, no other fish. And look here. That's where I can see that weed. Okay. Let's forget that short one then. By the way, I'm no means a professional bleak angler, but I can learn. I can't side strike once and then stay for another fish because there's no flow. Don't let go of that. So yeah, what I meant to do is I meant to unhook that like that. Put that back out, then put the fish in the net. That's the sequence. But they are not big. Fish I was catching the other day were 2-3 times the size. These are half the size of that. So I think what we're going to do, because they're not big, I'm just going to keep at this for a little bit longer. I'll put a little bit of slop in a second. What's a dace that is? What's that? Well, I think everyone's just having a little chat about ground baits for the river. I'll leave you all to that for a second. But if you're first time here, then welcome to the channel. This is my my live streaming of my match fishing, where I create a little tagline for the channel now that every moment, every decision is live, which I thought was quite suitable. Every moment also includes snapping landing nets, dropping bits of pole in lakes, but also winning matches, qualifying for River Fest finals, doing well at festivals at Tunnel Barn Farm, etc. So you get a little bit of everything. So the bigger fish that I've had aren't bleak. I've had a chublet, dace, bleak. I've had a tiny. I've gone off that maggot. Okay, this is not what I need from bleak fishing. So where are we? 10:31. Some fish here, tiny little fish though. Now since I chucked some slop in, there's no fish. Done a quick look around the peg to see if they've just gone slightly downstream or slightly upstream. What's that? What are you? A tiny little bleak. Okay, well, what happened to that then? It's a little bit longer there. These are little chublets. Suddenly moved in. There's a lot of chublets in the river this year. I've been wandering up and down and I'm noticing quite a lot of small chublets in the river. Okay, a couple more minutes of this and then we're going to go on the feeder. Not the Bream line, I'm going to just put that window feeder out and see if I can catch some perch. When I was fishing this last week, further up it was one abs, you know, straight away. And maybe I can just feed this up through the day and get more and more fish here, but I think 30 more seconds and then I'm off it. Right, let's just get my eye in on this little window feeder. Oh, hello. Maybe something like there. Just check where that is. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right, I'm just going to fish a little 12-inch hook length, size 16 hook. Which is still a heavy gauge hook, it's not a fine wire. I want perch, there is big perch here. I might end up with a bream. Let's just fish this with short piece of worm. And then some casters. I need another pot really, don't I? Sorts that out. I want some chop. I want some casters. Something like that. So I've never fished with one of these feeders before, first time ever. I understand the principle. It's a gentle little chuck. Right, 5 minutes, 10:39. In fact, maybe a little bit quicker actually. Maybe a little bit quicker. Right, so I think I want some more casters in here ready to go with this chop worm. I could just put those casters because I put all that chop worm in there now. That looks lovely to me. How could a fish not love that? So yeah, 4-inch cast, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. I'm looking for 5-6 ounce perch. That's what I really want. Keep some bait going in this line over here. So yeah, 3 metre whip, not long enough because the amount of weed, as the sun's hitting it, I can see loads of it now down to my right. So let's see. What's my name? My name's Graham. Just reminded myself that flicking bait out with my left hand is also not a good idea, which is why I put the side tray down to my right so I could put some bait with my right hand. I should probably be fishing the whip. Now, even if I did that left-handed, that'd be wrong. I need to catch some fish on the feeder today. So, thoughts, 40 minutes in, doesn't look like there's a lot of bleak in the peg. I'm going to feed it. Let's see if we can get some. But the bleak I was catching the other day were like finger to thumb to little finger. So they're decent sized bleak to catch. These ones are little micro bleak. And the bigger fish that I've had are little chublets and a dace. So I'm going to keep feeding that line. Maybe I get loads of little chublet and dace up in the water. It seemed to not like the slot when that went in. I caught better when it was just maggots. So I'm going to ease off on that, and I'm just going to check out what this little short chuck on the feeder's like with this window feeder. See if I can catch some perch. I'm just going to feed fish fairly regularly with that. stuff this feeder full of chopped worm and caster. So if I can't get any decent fish or a lot of fish on that Bleak line, and I can't catch anything on this, then I might be sitting out on that Bream line for a lot longer than I thought today. I just saw you said two-tone. I see you saw sink them. What was that in relation to? I'm just trying to look at the previous comments. I don't think it was about what someone was saying. It must have been what I was doing. Loads of fry down here, I can see them. Lots and lots and lots of fry. The chat stopped. Someone typed something in chat. It looks like it's just stopped moving. If you wouldn't mind. Got a tendonitis in my elbow. And up into my bicep and my shoulder. Actually, I've got a problem. So she's been very clear and said if I want to fish the Thames Festival and the festival in September in Tunnel Barn Farm, then I'm not allowed to use the pole currently. I'm banned. So I am winding and I'm using a whip, but don't tell her. Oh, good, it was all working. Morning Darren, morning Stuart. Oh, the boat's moored, yeah. Yeah. There's currently, as of 2 days ago, there was 8 boats moored on our sections of river where there's no mooring allowed. So many, I'll get this in proportion, there's so many that don't care and just try and moor anywhere that they want. Obviously there's a lot more that do care, right? Let's get it right. it's the minority, but still the minority is quite a lot. Right, let's have another chuck. A few fish jumping then as I pulled that line up. Yeah, I will recover as long as I do as I'm told, right? If I don't, then it's going to take a lot longer, or maybe doesn't heal properly. It's never good when something goes wrong and they say, "How old are you?" It's like, can we not lead with that, please? Can we lead with, "Yeah, I'll fix it, not a problem." But yeah, we've had conversations about, can I use a different landing net? Can I land it with my right hand? Can somebody help me? And all those types of things. But I've explained that I need to be match fit. So that's the plan. See, I was thinking today, if I would fish the pole 13 metres, my normal process would be fish the pole today 13 metres, ball it 10 balls, and then go. And I think I would have had bites straight away on that line. I think I would have got pestered with bleak, and I would have caught perch. After I got fed up with the bleak taking maggots, and I would have fished a piece of worm. But on that basis, I had some hopes that this would go straight away, this tip. Let's see though. Now, interestingly, the bit that I was fishing the other day, last Saturday when I was catching some bleak on the whip, there was no weed in front of me. And here there's tons of weed, and I do wonder if maybe the bleak are a little bit more nervous here, because I could just imagine there's plenty of pike that are lying in wait in this weed along this bank. But I don't know if you can see. I'll try and... no, you wouldn't be able to. I'll take some footage on my phone later. And I'll try and cut it into the video that I make. But there's a load of fry in front of me. I can see them. But there's lots and lots of weed. Lots of weed. The whole area in front of me is covered in weed. And some places it's breaking the surface to the right. And then other places it's just under the surface, and there in front of me it's probably 1.5 foot, 2 foot deep. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. I'll leave this one a little bit longer, this cast, another couple of minutes. There's a lot of small fish topping on the water now in front of me. Just little micro, tiny little fish. So I'm going to give this a little bit longer. Then I think we're going to go out on the long feeder line. Try and snare ourselves a bream. Just while I feed this line in front of me. Maybe that'd be a plan. No, I'm not allowed to fish the waggler either because of the constant winding on my left hand. I think there would be fish to catch on the waggler, But there's two issues. One, the winding on my left hand, and two, firing the bait out, having to pull the pouch back is a lot of strain on my left arm. So, you know, I'm right-handed, but in fishing, you know, I've never thought about it so much. You're doing a lot of work with your left arm as well. Especially when you're catching so many fish as I am. Right, I'm just going to switch this, put a bunch of maggots on the hook. You watch catch a bleak now. Yeah, that's it. Let the dogs go for a swim. Cheers. Yeah. That's it. Jump in opposite me. Cheers. No, you can't weigh pike in a match. You wouldn't be able to put them in a keep net that just get all stuck up and maybe eat everything else in the net. So no pike and no game fish. So no trout either. To my disappointment, because I did catch a trout, brown trout, about 2.5 pound. I don't think it was last winter, maybe it was winter before, on the pole feeder on double worm, which I said it should have counted, but apparently not. Just keep feeding this line. Maybe I'll have a quick look on it now. I've been feeding it for a little bit. And then we'll go on the feeder. So we're just coming up to the end of the first hour. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of bleak in front of me as I would have hoped there was, but I've had a few fish out. Maybe I've got a few ounces, and I've put some bait on the long feeder line, and I've just tried 3 or 4 casts on a window feeder with worm and maggot on the hook. I've had no indications. Fishing past the pole line, so it's probably out about 20-22 metres, maybe 25 metres actually, so no indications there. There's a lot of weed in front of me which could be putting the bleak off in these pegs, but I'll give us a couple more minutes and I'll have a look, see if there's any bleak turned up, and if not, then I'll be back out on the long line with double worm on the hook looking for some bream. I can't see anyone down. I've got lovely trees to my left, lovely trees to my right. It's always the joy of fishing the river. You have no idea what else is going on. It's not like a commercial where you can see the guy on the next peg or next 2 pegs, or a guy fishing opposite. Come to the river, you've no idea. So I'm going to come off that line for a bit, have another quick look to see if there's any bleak on that bleak line. And then see where we go from there. So let's, after that, maybe I'm just gonna, I'll leave it the same depth and I might deepen it off just a little bit. It's a dace. Don't mind though. Although if it's dace, they're going to be not as keen to eat the squash maggot, so that's a bleak. This is a combination of bleak, dace and little choblets. What the heck's that? It's a perch. It's just got itself stuck in the weed. Okay. It's not really what this whip's designed for. But thanks very much. Okay. There's a few fish like that, I'll stay on this, but what am I doing? I'm fishing above the reeds, above the weed, catching more choblets, perch and dace than I am bleak. Fishing a bleak rig. I've got to throw bait with my right hand, otherwise I might as well have fished a pole. So I'm just processing what's going on, trying to evaluate whether I'm better off to stay doing this, or whether I should invest more time on that long pole line, on the long feeder line. And I've got to go and have a look on that long feeder line again. So I'm happy there's some fish here, but I'm going to catch one more, and then I'm going to go back on that long feeder for 2 chucks of 5-ish minutes each. Keep feeding this, and then if I don't get any fish there, I'll just come back to this line, because I've got a selection of fish in front of me. I don't want to ignore that feeder line today, I think. So, fun that is for a second. Worms are good. Casters and corn. That's only some of the ground bait I've got. I've got lots more in a bucket. Well, not lots more, but more in the bucket behind me. When you're putting casters and corn in the ground bait, eventually it's going to turn into some kind of rock hard sludge. Well, certainly this green bream does. So I'm only using a bit of it at a time. Okay, let's go for 5 minutes first cast. Let's imagine the feeder's hit the bottom, that bait's coming down, there's all bream everywhere. Some bream's just eyeballed those 2 worms and it's going to pull that straight off the rest. Come on. Whilst I feed my above the weed line. It's got a really fine flick tip on it, that whip, but it's not the whip for swinging those kinds of perch in. I would not expect to catch like that. Not really, I don't think. But what do you know, eh? Right, 10 past. Yeah, I'm fishing. I was getting bites on that single maggot. Get plenty of fish off the same maggot, so we'll stay with that. We'll stay with that. I just keep feeding. I'm feeding loads of maggots. I've got 3 pints of maggots with me today, and 3 pints of hemp. Excuse me. Hemp's great for attracting the bleak. It's making a noise. But right now I've got the feeling it's going to be a very strange day on that whip line. Very strange day. But we'll invest some time, see if there's any bream around. And we'll do this every hour, a couple of casts, and then we'll make some decisions as we get into like the last hour of the match on whether I stay on it or what I do. But for the moment it's going to be keep feed in front of me on the whip line, have a look on the feeder line, right off the window feeder for the moment. I'll go back on that if this short line dies, I think. We'll see. I've got enough chop worm and caster for another 2 or 3 casts. So yeah. Yeah, I like this green bream for catching bream on this part of the river. They don't make it anymore. I'm pretty sure they don't make it anymore. I'll see if I can get myself some off eBay or something like that. Maybe there's somebody with a crate of it. I don't really find it goes off. If I keep feeding maggots there in front of me, then I will I should draw better fish. Those fish weren't there at the start, they only came but I started feeding it more often. So let's keep going and let's see. I'm racking my brain right now. Can I change the rig? I've got a couple of perch rigs with me, but they're not ready for those whips. Just keep doing what I'm doing because really I want to catch bleak, and maybe the perch and odd chublet are just some bonus fish. I'm just trying to think what a good move is. You know, they're not, as I say, those whips aren't designed for catching fish like that on it. I can, as I just proved, but I'm fishing the full length of the 4 metre whip currently. So what am I going to do? Put a different rig on it, which I could still fish to hand, and fish a perch rig 18 inches, 20 inches deep with a worm. But I'm not going to catch the bleak. I might catch perch, might catch dace. I just think I should stay on this bleak rig for the moment. Then go and chuck a 0.3. What did I bring? AS1. I can't put it on the 3 metre rig. I'm just looking, I can see the weed like right out in front of me. Can I stick it on the 3 metre rig? No. Decision is no for the moment. Right, let's get another cast of this out. Funny looking Thames? What do you mean funny looking Thames, Ray? It's 12 foot deep in front of me, in the middle. Those boats aren't doing anything. Yeah, through the middle it's 10, 12 foot. Even though it's down a little bit. It's down, but it's not down loads. You can see from this peg, it's not It would normally be up a little bit higher than this, but not a lot. A lot of those pegs on the far bank are high off the bank. They're the kind of pegs that when the water's a little bit down, you contemplate whether you're getting in or not. Right now, you can't get in those pegs, they're just solid with weed. Right, so it's 20 past 11. Let's give this till 25 past. And then we'll get back to catching whatever I can put in the net. I'm not confident about catching a bream if I were to sit here for the rest of the match. In case people aren't sure of why I'm not just going to sit on it. Oh, what's he caught to his net to my left? I think I've just heard a fish splash around. I've just said about bream. He will be fishing for bream to my left. I can't see anything. It's just trees. And I think it's Moffy. I think that's what we call him. And I think he's partially deaf. So I can't even shout at him. It sounded like there was a fish. If that's a £5 bream, then I'm going to have to catch a lot of fish in front of me. Yeah, it's deep, this part of the Thames. We have all sorts of different depths on the club. This is our widest and deepest section, so it floods last. It's generally where we fish through the winter. But at the moment, a lot of the shallower areas, while the weed's bad here, in other places the weed's just terrible. So we were going to go on the other bank, but there's so much weed it's difficult to get keep nets in. But keep chucking bait on this whip line. Yeah, actually, I'm just thinking I'm not going to hear anything to my right, because this section goes from number 1 is on the grass area, from the wires downstream. That's where the first 9 pegs are. Then they've got the wood section, which we haven't pegged. So then that's another 8 pegs that are empty to my right. Then it's me. And then I've got 2 to my left. Yeah, that's how it is today. I think there's a dozen, maybe there's a bit more. young lad setting up with his dad opposite me, and that where that water goes in. I'm sure that there's loads of bleak there on the far bank. No, it's not. You're right, Ray. And they might show, but I'm not. At the moment, I'm not prepared to sit for the rest of the match on the off chance that I might catch one. It's a gamble, it's match fishing, right? Decisions have got to be made. Decisions have got to be made. The time I've sat on here, I would have caught another 4 or 5 ounces in front of me. Okay, so let's call that on that for a minute. Let's leave that a little bit longer. Is there a better fish? No. What's that? Is that a little pommy? What's that? It's a little pommy. It's a little skimmer. That's a little skimmer. This is crazy. Mixed fish on the whip. That is funny. That might be my first skimmer I caught on the river. See, I think that's just a case where there's not enough bleak. They're not accepting that skin of a maggot. No, ironically I catch bleak. We've got a little parental advisory for the language a second. I think there's a couple of paddle boarders coming down the river that would make my grandma upset with their language. Shovel it. Funny looking bleak. I was lifting that fish out before I'd even thought about it. Rejecting that skin, so I'm just wondering, should I change this hook length just for a normal hook length and then just change the maggot every chuck? The majority of my fish are not bleak. So that, now I've caught 3 bleak on the trot. I think the problem comes when I put that back out and it's more of a skin, because I've just caught a bleak and then the next fish doesn't want it. But this is better. Little run of bleak. Of course, then nothing. I've got with me. Yeah, 011 Karanis. Let's try that for a second. So just changing that hook a second. And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go just a little bit deeper. I've taken that long shank bleak hook off because it's more difficult to get the maggot off the hook. The idea that I was going to get taste for a little chublet and then be easy to swap the maggot straight away. And now no bite. Okay. So let me just deepen that up. Where's that? Just below that graphic. Let's go just above it. That's another toffee penny skimmer. So I've never caught a skimmer on this river before, and now I've caught 2. Okay, deeper was the better idea. Sorry. Yeah, except I'm not allowed to fish the pole. So just quickly turn. Okay, yeah. So if you just joined, then I've got tendonitis in my left arm, and I'm banned from fishing the pole by my physio. And she knows that I live stream, and she might be watching. So I've got to behave. Otherwise, I can write off being able to fish the Thames Festival in September, which is not worth it for today. So I'm on best behaviour. So this match is about adapting and doing what you can, and still trying to be competitive. So that's what I was trying to do. I've got a 3 metre whip, but there's too much weed on the 3 metre whip line. I felt there was earlier. I could have shut it up to a foot deep, but I've got to change that maggot because the next fish might be a chub. It doesn't want that smashed maggot. Okay, so making it a little bit deeper was a good idea. And the thing that you may not have heard before as well is there's loads of weed in front of me. You can't see it because of the white water, but I'll pretty much up to where my float is. There's weed about 3 foot from the bottom. You can see it to my right. So I can't fish very deep today. But if I can do this with a bit of speed on. I just want to throw some slop there when it does that. So now it's going a bit iffy. I feel it is. I went a little bit deeper. I've added a few more. Now I'm waiting longer. It's another skimmer. Look at that. Look at all these little baby skimmers. So yeah, so I was catching a few, dropped down, caught a few more, but now that's gone. I think maybe they dropped down even further into the weed. I think that's maybe what's going on. So I'm just thinking that maybe I'd come off this, shallow it back up, come off it, go back on the window feeder, have a quick look there. And then build this back up a little bit. That's what I'm thinking. Better shot with the slop. So I can see you're all typing. I'll catch up with chat in a minute. I'll go back on the feeder. Oh, big old lump there then. What was that? What was that just downstream under the tree? Yeah, let's get one more here. As I say, shove it back up, refeed it, go back on that window feeder, see if there's anything on that line. Alright, back to a piece of worm. And I'll quickly catch up. Right, how we doing? I'm on Culham Reach, which is Sutton Courtenay stretch, just down, just down from Abingdon. Is where I am. Welcome to the channel, by the way. No carp today. This is a river match, so I'm expecting it'd be nice to have some bonus bream, about £5 each. But the mainstay today is going to be roach, perch, bleak, dace. Unusually, I've caught 3 skimmers, which is small bream, but I've caught tiny little toffee penny ones, as I will call them, which I've never caught in the river before, so that's great to see. The hot weather seems to have brought along with it a fish explosion this year. Maybe it's that fish are doing better because there's a lot of weed in the river, so they're more less susceptible to predators. Could be that, I don't know, but I do know it's been really hot, there's loads of weed and there's more fish. So if it is your first time here, I hope you're enjoying a little bit of live match fishing where, you know, I try and talk through my decisions and what's going on and what I think is a good strategy at this point in the match, etc, etc. I'm competing to win, not just pleasure fishing for a day, so I'm trying to balance catching fish by trying to catch bonus fish at the same time, so it's a completely different dynamic. I'll move that camera a bit too much. So we'll give this a couple of little chucks, I think. I came off that long line at 20 past the hour. Keep feeding that line. I suspect they spook. That's what's going on. Oh, the far bank's caught. What's he caught? What's he caught? Woo! He's caught himself a big perch on the far bank. So yeah, let's go for the assumption there's loads of fish in the weed. The more I feed, the more I'm drawing them to the spot. Then I catch a load and they just sink down into the weed. And I need to come off the line, feed it again, and then carry on. I can't do another line because I can't get to the left very easily because of the overhanging trees behind me. So I think I just need to be conscious of when that line dies or starts to go slow, then just get off it straight away. Just refeed it, draw more fish back. I'm quite accurate with my right arm, so I'll just keep doing that and look for a bonus fish. That's the plan. That is the plan. So if you are new to the channel, then I hope you're enjoying yourself. If you're not subscribed, it's a free way to support the channel, but also you can find your way back really easily. And if you click the little bell, then you get a notification for when I go live. If you look back through the channel, I think there's over 300 plus videos now. Lovely match fishing, some pleasure fishing sessions in there as well, and all sorts. So I've got carp fishing covered off where I fish commercials, catching large carp, I've got F1 fishing, well-known venue, Tunnel Barn Farm. I go there quite a bit. Some festivals, 3-day events, and then here on the River Thames, which is close to where I live. Either catching small fish like this, trying to compete in a match, where I think that's what's needed for the day, or catching big bream. You'll find everything on the channel. So if you enjoy some live match fishing, you're curious, you used to do it, you fancy it, you got some questions, then this is the right place to be. Then hit that button and you can find your way back. And if you're my physio, then I'm behaving. Which is why everyone keeps asking where's my pole, and I keep saying I don't have it. So I'm just thinking about how long to leave these casts on this line. I have no indications on it whatsoever. I think I'm going to do now is I'm going to change it for a maggot feeder, see if I get an indication then. Then if not, maybe try it again a little bit later, but it could be that I don't spend any time on this at all. I just then focus on the other line. So let's quickly knock this off. I'm very surprised I've not had indications from perch on this line. Fish just came up then. I don't know if that's bigger perch going for the fry. There's loads in front of me. Just hunting in the shade. Just shut up that whip, that 3 metre whip. See if I can get it above the weed. It's still somewhere where I can catch a fish. Well, I don't know if the weed stops where I'm fishing on that 4 metre whip, or if it's just deeper so it doesn't impact it so much. I'm not sure, but I should have another look with that 3 metre whip, just shallower, and see if I can catch fish, because it'll be a lot easier to catch them on a 3 than a 4. It's just less whip to hold, and you're not so far out, it's quicker. But let's shallow up further so it goes a little bit further. Okay, well, no action with the maggot feeder, is it? Not even a load of bleak followed it down. Could just be with the no real flow, river's really clear, that the fish are just all just trying to embed themselves in the weed. If you're sitting out there, you're pike fodder. Opposite, by the way, is where I go pike fishing in the winter. It's a section of river that we've got called Otneys, and I've had a few double figure pike from just opposite there. Herons turned up, landed on the tree. That's what I'm saying. If you're a little fish, middle of that river may not be a good place to be. Too clear. Not enough weed to hide in. Right, we're back on the bleak hook for a second. If I catch, I'll swap it, but let's just see first. Something's grabbed that. How have I have foul hooked through the side. Some tiny little minnow. Let's chuck you back. Okay. Let's see. I don't really want to start putting loads of bait on this shorter line. It's just going sort of like dink dink. I think there's maybe a lot of these fry, maybe some may just be too close. Not convinced. Okay, I slowed it back up before I put it down. I'm not too impressed with this for a second. Yeah, I've had a couple of bites, but not. It's just sitting there, not. It's just deeping it off again. Back on it too quickly, maybe. A quick look downstream a little bit, and then I'll have a quick look upstream. I'm risking getting stuck in a piece of weed I've not encountered yet, but a quick look. The depth I've caught at before. Just go another float depth down. And I'll get a bite on the drop. Okay. Since I put that longer, I've just had 4 bites on the drop from Bleak. Well, fish I've caught's a Bleak. And I've got a bulk, so it's not as if it's not a strung out rig designed to catch fish on the drop. It's another Bleak. Maggot's smashed now, so chub don't really want it. Strange, I wouldn't have thought that would be the case. Okay, so I've gone a little bit deeper. I'm getting fish on the drop. Float's not settled, still at an angle when I'm getting the bite. And I've dropped them, so I've got to take that hook back off. I'm going to take the hook back off, switch it back for a bleak hook, because it was four bleak I've just dropped. That's funny, and now it settles. That is strange. This is where I need a drone just flying to my left, just focusing on the float so you can see what's going on. Look at that. Oh dear, Cormorant's just arrived. Right, what are we doing? 12:15. We need to have a little think about this now. Finish at 3. So we're just coming up to halfway in the match. And at that point, I've got to make a decision. I feel. Whether I'm carrying on with these for 2.5 hours, catching a few, then having a look for bream, and then resting it, maybe chuck that other feeder out, as I've been doing for the first bit of the match. Or do I sit out for a bream, go for broke? So I think fun that this is. I don't think I'm edging my bets in the right way to win the match from here. If I was catching more, or I was catching more of those days, or you know, some other fish had showed up, maybe the other odd perch or that type of thing, then maybe I would stay doing this. But right now, my senses are telling me that if I want to try this to win this match, then the best thing I should do is I should just dedicate to fishing the feeder for bream for 2.5 hours. So one more fish, because I always like to have one more fish, even though I shouldn't. Right, let's get the feeder out. So, got the fresh worms. Put them in a pot. I ended up putting chopped worm in for the last half an hour. On the line, as I said, it's a real it's a real crayfish fish food. Crayfish fish? Crayfish will be on it. Alright, let's get that bait swap round. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, eyes down. Bream or bust. So not enough small fish on that line. Can't catch them quick enough. They're a mixed species as well. So if it was just bleak, you could keep catching them on the same maggot and they wouldn't mind, and you catch and catch and catch and catch. But because they're not all bleak, but because there's chub and a few dace and that type of stuff mixed in, you go back out and they don't want to eat that smash maggot. Change the maggot, then you might get another bite. Ironically, sometimes it's from a bleak. So it's just not efficient. And that's why I'm making the decision to come off it. Now we're fishing 5-minute casts for bream for the rest of the match. I've caught in the first 2 hours, maybe I've got, God, what have I caught there? £1 and a bit, £2 maybe? £2 if I'm lucky. So predicted end at £4. I don't think £4 is going to win the match. So I could carry on. I don't think it's going to win me the day, and that's what drives the change of tactics. Something scared the cormorant off. There's some really big pike here along this section. I just wish a pike would eat it. In fact, stopwatch. Right, let's just recast that. The rig is £8 main line. It's a 30-gram hex feeder from Preston. I've got a little shot, 2 number 8s, twizzle boom, 1 metre hook length, double worm, size 12, MWGB from Guru. I love them. Anthony in the chat hates them. Fish with double worm, my favourite bream bait here on the river. And let's see what happens. Come on, Bream or bust. As I was saying earlier, I'm not that confident of catching a bream, but £4, if I've caught £2 now, I'm being generous. If I had £2 now, first 2.5 hours, I'll catch another £2, I'm not going to win the match. I'm sure of that. So I've got to do something different. So 5-minute casts, will be pretty disciplined. And we're going to fish it till the end of the match. Not going to go back on the window feeder. Didn't get any indication when I fished it with worm. I haven't got any indication when I fished it with maggot on the hook. Either with worms in the feeder or that chuck-eyed on the maggot feeder. And I would have thought that if there was a good amount of perch or roach or whatever on that line, then maybe I would have had some kind of indication, but I never saw or felt that tip move at all, so I'm just going to rule that line out completely. As I said, I think there could be a lot of fish hiding in the weed. And based upon the cormorant and the heron, I wouldn't blame them. I need 2 pull rounds, I think, to win the match. If I can catch 2 5-pound bream, plus my 2 pounder bits, that will beat most bleak weights, where people have fished for bleak the whole match. Because of the varying size, and sometimes you get a small run. Then normally, you know, bleak weights here, you know, if you're on it all 5 hours, are 8 to 10 pound. Alright, everyone's pretty quiet. You've fallen asleep. What do we think? Right tactical decision? Oh, by the way, if you're watching, you're enjoying it, then please hit the like button. I haven't mentioned that at all today, but likes are really good for, you know, the stream. They show interaction, helps YouTube decide that it's something worth showing to other people, and that really helps. Just hit the like button, and you can do that whether you're logged in or not, I think. Does look really nice today. I'm in full shade, by the way, so despite it being really warm.
Sorry, mate, wrong way round, isn't it?
This is quite nice.
Yeah. You saw, mate. You saw, didn't we? Yeah, take back seat, mate. Who said chivalry's dead, eh?
Come on, drag it round. Just need 2 really positive bites, 2 bream, should get me £10. Plus my 2, £12, win the match. The chance of someone sitting out and catching 3 bream, maybe, but I think you're more likely to catch bream down this end of the section than you are on pegs 1 to 9 to my right, so If you're up there, I don't think you've really got a chance of catching bream at all. Just based on past performance, by the way. See that, it's alive with little fish. I'm trying to eat those pinkies I've just thrown in. Has my chat stopped again? Can someone just type something for me? Sometimes I think it crashes and I've got to reload YouTube. Oh yeah, see my chat had crashed. I don't know why it does that. Sorry. Right. No, I'm not. Let's go backwards. No chop worm through the feeder, and I won't do it until the last hour or half an hour because it's a surefire crayfish attractor. There's a load of crayfish in there currently. So I don't want to put it in because I've just ruined the peg. And then the crayfish will be on that double worm all the time. So I'll just try and work my way back. No, not the upper moors. This is Culham Reach. So this is the section between the marina and the cut, where you park in the Burcroft Road. So that's that. Yes, come on the Bream. I do agree with that. Only 8 likes. Yeah, if everyone could sort that out, that'd be brilliant. That'd be great. Anthony, you complain about these size 12 hooks all the time, but I catch tons of bream on them. So, hash your jibber jabber. Artificial maggots? No. I'll leave that to the carp anglers. Sloppy ground bait? No, I don't think so. I might you made me think they're a little bit nil. I don't think so. It's not compacted in there really hard, so I think some will come off on the top anyway, and it's because I haven't got loads of extra water with it. I think that's okay. So I think that's doing it anyway. Yeah, it's hotter, but I'm in the shade, so I'm having a nice time with it. What a lovely peg to fish when it's super hot. This is the peg. Not a lot of boats. There's a competition. John, I'm fishing a club match today for Sutton Courtenay Angling Club. So everyone's locals. TDR's beautiful. Love my dial reels. Wow, there's lots of people chatting. Millwall Nutter. Back to you. What part of the Thames? Yeah, so it's the section of Thames down from Abingdon town, and it's controlled by Sutton Courtenay Angling Club. And I wish that boat would go a bit slower. She's got no idea how much weight she's going to create. You watch this. So yeah, I think I'm caught up. So yeah, even a tiny little boat. I'm not sure what the speed limit is, or whether you have to go so you don't create wake or white water. I don't know what the rule is about how fast you're allowed to go. But just look at it. That little boat. Alright, doesn't help with bank erosion, I'm sure. Oh, do you mean the boats, Neil? Yeah, it's quiet for boats today. I thought there'd be more, but I think the news that it was going to be 30 degrees might have put a few people off today. As I said, I'm in the shade in my beautiful little tree-covered peg. Three miles an hour, is that how fast they're meant to go? Yeah, she's not going 3 miles an hour. Alright, get a bit more ground bait. Oh, what's that? Big salmon, I think. It does make me laugh when I don't say not makes me laugh, I don't know, but I lived in Florida for a bit, and we were lucky enough, my missus decided to buy herself a jet ski, and when you were going on the intercoastal on the jet ski, you weren't allowed to create any wake. You know, it had to be like plod, you know, like super slow. And if you went fast, right, the authorities were on you straight away. Like, here come the cops. You know, straight over to the jet ski. You know, stop it or get fined and that type of stuff. I've not seen anything policed on this river ever since I've moved to this area. You can do what you want. I'm not encouraging people to do what you want, but I don't see any kind of enforcement or monitoring or anything. I'm not seeing anyone of any authority come down on a boat. None of it. And I suspect that maybe, you know, authorities are severely under-resourced. And if they're going to put something on the boat somewhere, they're going to put it in Kingston or Windsor or somewhere like that. But yeah, through here. No, I'm not going to move off this long line now. So I don't know. Did everything go through? I don't know if it went through. But the strategy of the match right now is this, which is, for the first 2.5 hours, I've caught maybe a couple of pound of bits. I've had nothing on the window line, and so then I've got my Bream line, this long line. I just saw your comment about coming off it. I wouldn't gamble coming off it and going somewhere else. I've put a bunch of bait there. I'm fishing past halfway, not 3/4. I'm really conscious of all of this weed that I've got here is the same on the far bank. So I think the only place to try and look for a bonus fish is through that middle part of the channel where I'm fishing right now. And what I've got to hope is one of the shoals of Bream comes along and stops. That's what I've got to hope for. I can't catch enough fish short to win a match. It's not going to get one with 4 pounds today, I'm sure of it. Someone's going to catch a bonus Bream, or if they're on better Bleak pegs to my right, which is very possible, Perch and Bleak pegs to my right, then they'll have 8 to 10 pound. So 4 pound won't win. I need 2 Bream to win, I suspect. So now I'm going to sit for 2.5 hours and try and catch them. That's the plan. You know, I've got all this bait here in a pile, and then I don't want to go and fish over there because I don't think it's the fish aren't here, they're there. I think they're not here. So I don't think that there's Bream 10 metres to my left or 10 metres to my right. Can't fish upstream anyway, but I don't think there's fish 10 metres to my left. And if I've trying to get the Bream in one particular place, it's where I've been feeding. It's not carp venue, it's not an F1 venue, you know, I might think those types of things there, but here I've made my stall out and it's there. Nothing on that short line with the window feeder, not even an indication with maggots. So I've got to hope that the shoulder Bream comes swimming up the river, or down the river, more likely up the river, comes along and goes, we'll stop here for a snack. And out of 100 strong shoulder Bream, I might better nick 2 of them. That's the plan. And I'll put some chop worm in with an hour to go. So I put some more scent down the river, but there's no flow. So you know, even the scent's not going to go down. It's not like you're leaving a trail. I will put some chopped worm in with an hour to go. I've had that out for far too long. So yeah, so that's it really. In terms of trying to win the match. Can't win it short. Got to try and win it long. That's just how I see it anyway. This is a lovely peg though. For the shade, sorry. Not catching, but I've often looked at it when I've been walking around. I've never drawn it before, but boat's herring down the river. Here comes the wake. Yeah, it's pretty good, the picture. You're right, it's recording, it's showing you in 720p, and I'm capturing it to the SD card on the camera at 1080. And I did a little bit of magic on the last video that I uploaded that went live on Friday, to improve the quality even more. So you can actually get a 4K option on the watch back from YouTube. So while I've been unable to fish, I've done a little bit more homework into video editing, so hopefully, fingers crossed, all videos from this point will be slightly better, even though I'm not changing the rate at which I'm capturing it. So if you just joined, where are we? Just coming up to the third hour. Not what I wanted today. So I've gone out on my Bleak line, and I've not got Bleak there. I've got some Bleak, not a lot. I've got some chublets, I've got some perch, I've got some dace, small tiny fish, not great, not good weight builders. So I had a look on the long line on the feeder. I've had no indications. I've tried on the window feeder nearer to me, no indications on that either, worm or maggot. I've also tried a maggot feeder there for a chuck and nothing. So I've been catching some fish on the short line. I've probably had about 2 pound of fish in the first 2.5 hours of the match. So then I'm just reflecting and thinking that's not going to win me the match if I catch another 2 pound in the remaining 2.5 hours. So because I don't think 4 pound is going to win the match, I'm now committing to trying to catch a couple of bonus bream, which I've not got a lot of confidence in, but I'm making that gamble decision to try and win the match. I don't think the match is going to be won with £4, as I just said, so I've got no other alternative to go for it, trying to catch bream, put a load of bait in, hope a shoal comes along and they stop and long enough for me to catch 2 of them. That's the plan. And if you haven't hit the like button, can you do it? I'd really appreciate it. And can someone else type something? Because I keep thinking my chat keeps crashing. And I think you're talking to me sometimes and I can't see it. Which doesn't normally happen, but I think it's happening today. Oh, no, it hasn't. And then the other thing is about baits. I've caught more fish, more bream out of this stretch of the river and the other ones on worm than anything else. So I'm fishing my favourite double worm as the bait. So, fingers crossed. You can do this on a match on the river. You can gamble with what you're doing. You can start one way, catch a few fish, but then ultimately you have to make a decision to decide, is that going to win me the match? Because I can't see anybody, so I have no idea. I'm relying a lot on my knowledge of the stretch of river, what's been caught the last couple of matches, where I am, and what I think is going to the best option for me. Normally I'd fish further across, but you won't be able to see it. But I can see weed patches on the far bank, like in the river, where there isn't normally weed. So I've gone for just a little bit shorter than normal. More central to the river. No, I don't. After doing it for 2.5 hours, Robert, I don't think Better Stamp's going to turn up. That's the sort of decision that I've made. When I first started, I was catching tiny little bleak. Then I fed more, and I got a mixed stamp. But it's not good enough. I need to be catching bleak that are thumb to little finger size. And if you can catch those here, generally you'll finish on £10 in 5 hours. So even if that stamp was to turn up, like now, like immediately, I'd only get £5 of them. Add that to my £2. I'm not sure £7 going to win. You know, there are, the early pegs in this section. Pegs 1, 2, 3, 4. They're really deep on the inside, and they're perch pegs. And it's a club match, right? Everybody knows they're perch pegs that's fishing today. It's not like it's an open and people don't know. And you can have £5 of perch in an hour, first hour of the match, on those pegs. So that's what I'm trying to evaluate. Someone's probably got £5 of perch. somebody might be catching £10 of bleak. If I have a brilliant time now, I'm only going to get another £5. That's going to give me £7 of bleak. I'm not going to win. What's my choice? Chuck it out for some bream. And no, there's no sections today. I think we might have 14 anglers on it. Could be 12. Could be 12. I think there's 12. People shy away from fishing in 30-degree heat. Unless you're in my peg, which is in the shade. So it's lovely. So anyway, that's my thought process. That's my thought process, Robert. I was going to say I know the river. I'm learning the river. This is my 3rd season on it. 4th season. You know, I fish it some of the time. I'm also down at Gold Valley. I'm also up to Tunnel Barn Farm. I'm also fishing a few other places in the season, doing a few different things. But so I reckon I've got a rough idea about how the river fishes. Last week I had bigger bleak where there was no weed. Here there's a lot of weed and there seems to be a lot of mixed size fish. But we'll see. We will see. But yeah, sorry, I didn't cover it. No sections. So just pay 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Probably pay that today. Or 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Absolutely teeming with tiny little fry in front of me. Just chuck that bit of ground bait in, you can't see it, I don't think. It's swarming it. Piranhas. Right, if you're just joining me, welcome to the channel. If it's the first time here, my name's Graham. And I'm fishing a club match today. The premise of the sort of the channel and the stream is that you know, you get to see everything, every sort of thought process. There's a couple of people poaching in the middle of the river. I say poaching because Sutton Courtenay Angling Club owns both sides of the river, the licences for the riverbed. The club doesn't allow any fishing from boats, so they're just chucking lures about from a dinghy that they've launched somewhere. Brilliant, good job. The last thing you want to do really is catch a pike in 30-degree heat. Anyway, maybe they watch the stream when they're not fishing. It's quite difficult to enforce when you're on the bank and someone's in the river though. But the only place that you can fish like that, just rock up and start fishing through the middle of the river, is the tidal Thames. And this is not tidal. Yeah. Yeah. There was 3 of them though, Neil, and 1 of me, and I got a bad arm. So I don't fancy my chances. Come on, tip. Alright, I'm going to do a couple of longer casts. Now I know I've got a load of bait out there. Yeah, exactly, Neil. See, I look like I worked in an office. Well, I look like I work in an office. That's part of the reason I think I've got a problem with my arm, because I've not just got a problem here on my forearm, in my tendon here, and in my wrist. I've got a problem in my forearm, my bicep, my shoulder. There's simply not enough strength in those muscles to be able to cope with the fishing that I'm doing. Primarily, and the thing that's caused all of the issues to come to the surface is scooping fish at Tunnel Barn Farm, or trying to scoop more fish. Just the pressure it puts on your whole arm, and then when there's not enough muscle strength, then the tendons take up the slack and see what they can do, and it's just too much. If I knew all that, maybe I wouldn't have taken painkillers and then fished the next 2 days. But I don't, even if you told me, I don't know if I'd have stopped. Can't fish a 3-day festival and fish one day. I fished the practice match and then the first day, and then my arm started to hurt. If you'd have told me then I was going to cause a problem, I'm not even sure I would have stopped. So we'll do a couple of 10-minute casts. That'll get me to 1:30. That'll give me an hour and a half to the end of the match. I think I've still got a couple of feeders worth of chopped worm, so I'm good for a couple of chopped worm casts. As I said, it does draw the crayfish in. Yeah, I'll fish 2 longer casts, or maybe 5-10 minutes a cast, get me to the hour, and then see where we go. As I've said, I'm sacrificing what I think might be another 2 to 5 pounder fish to try and catch 2 5-pound fish, because that won't win me the match, and those 2 fish could. So in case you were see me catch earlier and you've left and come back and you're wondering why I'm not catching fish on the whip anymore, that's why. I'm trying to win. Hi James. Oh, hi James. Read the first bit and then spotted your surname. Going for broke for Bream. Opposite the inlet, James. It's solid with weed, and so that means my bleak I've got mixed bleak, and I'm not allowed to fish the pole because I've got a bad arm, and I don't think I'd have caught a lot on the pole today anyway. Just not convinced. There's a lot of fish hiding in the weed during the daytime because it's so clear and so bright. But I've had maybe 2 pound of bits on the whip, but I'm not going to win with 4 pound, and even if it got better then it's still only 5 pound, so 7's not going to win, I don't think, because I suspect someone would up the first 1, 2, 3, 4 pegs may have caught 3, 4 pound of perch in the first hour. So I'm doing what I think I need to do. Going for the win. 2 bites. That's all I need. Oh, I'm going to leave it for 10 minutes, aren't I? Just 2 bites. It's an absolutely gorgeous peg to be out of the sun. I just need that rod to bend round like there's a carp on the end. Or catch a carp. There are some carp in the section. Not a lot though. Yeah, exactly, James. It is. You have issues with crayfish if you put chopped worm in too early, and then all that work to build that area up is just wasted. Crayfish move in and it becomes unfishable, and then you've got it's just disaster. Yeah, ground bait works. My normal match, if I'm fishing a normal match, if I was allowed to use my pole today, my arm was a bit better, I would have balled it at 13 metres. I'd have put 10 balls in. If you watch any of the videos that are on the channel, I think there's over 300 videos now. There must be 60, 70 videos of me fishing the Thames along these sections here. I'll start with 10 balls. 250mm a caster, 250mm hemp, 250mm dead maggot, all goes in. 2 bags of Sensus River, light and dark, and 1 bag of roach. And then I put 10 balls in to start. I throw them, I don't cup them. Excuse me, maybe I'll throw 8 and cup 2, but I'm throwing the majority, and I'll fish over it and catch plenty of roach and perch. But at the moment, this is why I say at the moment, it's not working. Some fish being caught on a waggler, but I'm not allowed to fish a waggler. So, but again, I don't think there's enough to win the match. I think right now, what's most consistent is perch and bleak. There's not enough bleak for me here. There might be to my right, but what will be to my right is perch in the first 4 pegs. The river comes round on a bend. It's narrower than it is here. It gets really deep on the inside, and they're great pegs for catching perch. But generally, yeah, I put ground bait in every peg. And if I would do those perch pegs today, I would have fished perch and bleak, and I would have put chopped worm and caster in through a bait dropper. So maybe I wouldn't have put ground bait in there, but everywhere else, all the other sections of the river that I fish here, just ground bait all the time. That's the way I fish them anyway. There's not a lot of flow for most of the year. Like now, probably what's going to happen, any rain that comes now is just going to go in the ground. Not that it matters what happens here, it matters what's upriver, but if we get a load of rain now in the country, it's just going to go in the ground. It's not going to go in the rivers anyway. And then it'll probably be like last year, which is we may get 2 or 3 weeks of some flow on the river, and then they'll flood. Which is what happened last year, which was rubbish. This year, I think it's harder than last year because there's so much weed in the river. It makes presenting a rig really tricky. So it's going to be quite interesting on the Thames Festival in September, but we'll see. Yeah, I guess now. I love it. But I've got the added dynamic as I'm trying to compete against other anglers and win. I'm not looking for specimen fish like you are. I'll tell you, by the amount of fry that's in the river right now and the amount of small chub I've seen in our sections of river, I don't know what the ones that you fish are like. It's absolutely alive with little chub. There's so many of them. Neil will tell you, Ray. Neil's my every stretch of the Thames expert on the channel. Just got this nasty feeling the thumbnail for this video might say blowout. Or wrong choice. I don't think so. I think I'm sound with my choice today. I can see the weed here. It's absolutely... It's right along the tree line. I don't know if you can see it. Where's the shade? There? Maybe there? Well, it's out of the water. If that's just here where I'm pointing, it's all the way along that line. So that 3 metre whip doesn't get me far enough. The 4 does. Just to get a rig like 2 foot deep and not catch it. This is absolutely solid with oxygenating weed. I imagine that's great for little fish, terrible for cormorants. That's all good. Beautiful for pike, not so good. And the bream could be held up in the marina or down and by Culham Cut. Come on, Tip. See, even if, I think the interesting thing today will be, even if I don't catch a couple of bream, was my decision right on what the winning weight will be? I think the winning weight will be between 8 and 10 pound. Then there'll be a combination of Bleak and Perch. That's what I think. I've got to be a bit careful in that field opposite because they've released the bullocks into the field. Come on, Bream. Don't make this the wrong decision. Even if it's the right decision, I'm not sure it's the most exciting one today, is it? That's match fishing though. Okay, hour and a half to go. I'm now committed to the stream. Maybe the thumbnail's going to be called Bream or Bust, and maybe I'll underline the bust, so everyone knows when I make the video. You should do it like all the pro anglers, Anthony, and just get people to tie them for you. Dispersing maggots, it's alive with fry. It's a shame you can't see down there. Hi Julian. There's no water flowing through these bits. That's for sure. And I think what water does flow through these, I think it gets taken out further up the river for another reservoir. They're talking about building the reservoir opposite, just in case you ever hear about Thames water and do we need to build another big reservoir? Well, the pumping station for it's going to be opposite me. just slightly downstream, about where that tree is. So that's where they're going to put the pumping station. Then they're going to put barriers in the river to keep traffic away from it. And they're going to turn that field in front of me into a car park and a pump house. And that's where they're going to take the water out for the reservoir. There's a lot of local oh, and where I'm sitting here, this would all be bulldozed. So this side of the bank here, this is all going to be bulldozed flat. There's like a ridge behind me, but they need to make a bigger ridge just in case there's a problem with flooding. So where I'm sitting now, that's all going to get bulldozed. And then my club will probably lose, we'll probably have 5 pegs sort of where that guy and that kid is opposite, just past this water thing. So we'll have about 5 pegs. We'll lose the rest of the field to a pumping station. This side will get flattened. And then we may or may not ever get that back along Culham Reach. So it's a bit annoying. But who knows? But yeah, that's the plans for the big Thames reservoir you might see on Facebook, all that kind of stuff. But they want to take more water out. And they can't take water out during floods because they've got to have low sediment levels. So yeah, if you ever see that, that's the plans for Thames Water. Now I did have an interesting chat with the team. They sent around to like the local villages and stuff to have a chat about it. Culham, where I am now, is in absolute uproar about it. A lot of the traffic from the vehicles to be able to build all this type of stuff will be quite a lot for them to bear, but I did have a talk to them about it, and you know, they had a nice little map of the reservoir, and it showed water sports, and they were going to do boating on it and that type of stuff. And I said, what about fishing, like there is at Bower Beach and other reservoirs? And they're like, yeah, we don't think so. And I'm like, maybe I can't support you then. Build it somewhere else, or fix your leaky pipes. Anyway, now I got to that. I had to get to reservoir chat. See, waiting for Bream. That's what's causing that. So, as I've said a couple of times in the last hour or so, I'd caught about £2 of bits up until 2.5 hours in the match. So I was forecasted, which feels like I'm at work, I was forecasted to finish on £4. I don't think the match will be won with £4. I think the match will be won with £8 to £10. And that weight is either going to be a couple of Bream, or all Bleak, or a mixture of Perch and Bleak. I don't think there's a lot of roach being caught in the section currently. So at the midway point, I've made the decision to go for broke to win the match. I could put the whip out now and catch a fish straight away, but it's not going to do me any good in terms of winning the match. I also don't think it would be really good for the first, second, third. I think the weights will be bigger than £4. So in case anyone's wondering why I'm sitting on the feeder, that's why. Yeah, if they'd have put, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. That you get great things built out of development. Just where I'm from actually, Gold Valley Lakes, dug for gravel. Willow Park behind my mum and dad's house, dug for gravel. I wouldn't be fishing if it wasn't for those types of things. The thing here is if you put the reservoir in, but then you don't allow fishing, but we lose fishing, then I don't know what my upside is. We need the water, by the way. I'm not contesting that. I'm just talking about from the fishing perspective. Now that plans for that reservoir also include putting a canal all the way around the reservoir. I did talk to them about having the fishing rights for the canal. So let's see. But right now there's no plans for fishing on that reservoir. So if net we get more fishing, all good as far as I'm concerned. Oh, did that tip just move? Did that tip just wobble? Just looked down at the clock, 4 minutes and 38 seconds. So it's going to be there for 5 more minutes before I want to pull it out. Could have been me moving on the box, but I don't think so. The bream don't mess about here. They're £5 each. So that rod's either getting bent round like I've hooked a carp, or the tip's just going to drop back. With a 1 metre hook length, you know, they've committed to it by the time you see a bite. That could have been a liner. I'm staring at that tip now. Might have been me, but I don't think so, because when I move my legs around on the box, it goes up and down the tip. Doesn't bounce, doesn't go forwards. So I think that could have been a liner. No, I'm not touching it now. Not touching it. Just imagine there's 100 bream there right now. And I'm going to spook the whole shoal by moving that big 30 gram feeder. I don't want to touch it. At the moment it's right in the middle of the bait because there's no flow, right? So those worms, they're not down the river. right down there by my feeder. That 1 metre hook length is just basically in a clump. I'm sure of it. It's 8 minutes. It's been 3 minutes since it did it. If it did it. I'm not sure. I think I'm sure. It's a bit tricky. It's very peaceful. I've got the noise of the river, that water going in there, a lot of nature flying around here. It's about, I don't know, there's half a dozen rats maybe either side of me. About to burst out of the undergrowth. Or it could be a couple of snakes. Come on. I've got to move it in a minute. Come on, drag it round. Bait looked alright. I've caught more bream on this river on double dendrobina than anything else. That was after trying a lot of baits. So when I'm in a, if I was going to call someone to get me out of trouble, I'm calling double dendrobina. That weed bed is huge. I'll take a couple of maybe I'll take a couple of still pictures at the end of the session today, just so you can see, because I think the sun's moving round now. The sun's creeping a little bit more towards me. a little bit breaking through the front part of the trees, so I've been in the shade all day, and I think I might get away with maybe being in the shade, in the sun for the last bit of the match. But it's a lovely peg to fish in the sun. I wouldn't fish meat here. But what would you fish? What would you be trying to catch on meat? There's no barbel in this part to catch. There's the odd carp. And I think that corn and caster and worm is just a better bait for the bream than luncheon meat. It's a little bit of these, you know, these situations where on any given day, if you're pleasure fishing and you're on your own, you could probably catch on most baits. You're having a great day, you know. But when it comes to the competitive side, and you know, when you're trying to get a bite and what are you gonna put your faith in, corn, caster and worm is what wins. So we're coming up to an hour to go, and I said that I would put a little bit of chopped worm in. An hour to go, so I better prep that. That's what I will do. I didn't put it in earlier because there are a lot of crayfish problems. Master chop worm chopper. Put that in with that chop worm and caster from earlier. It's nicely pureed. Clear that bait out. So we'll run this cast to the top of the hour, and then that will give us an hour left, and I'll put chop worm and caster through it at that point. Those bullocks are getting closer to those people in that far field. I hope they are paying attention. I think they're relatively friendly, but I'm not sure I want to fish in that field when they're there. Mostly because I don't want them trampling on pole, but I don't know if you can see it a bit better now. That weed patch here, it's all weed all the way along. So it must be, if I put that rod straight out from the bank, it's 12, so that's what, 3 foot, 4 foot, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just see, there may be 10 foot out from the bank. No, more than that. 12, 13, 14, 15 foot, 16 foot. I don't know what I'm trying to tell you. There's a massive weed bed. Can't fish a 3 metre whip, put it that way. Right. No, I stream at 720. I record, it streams at 720 and then it records to the SD card at 1080. So when I make a video out of it, it's a little bit better quality. And on the last video, I upscaled that to 4K for my upload to YouTube, because I've learned a little bit more about video editing. No, you're right, I wouldn't have a chuck on a method. Crazy river angler. I get a nice rest. Yeah, I mean, I was getting a bit of a rest actually. But even though it tightens up, probably maybe it's too much of a rest. The thing with tennis elbow and tendon problems is you can't rest them. You have to sort of very gently work through the injury, because if you don't, then your arm won't return to normal strength afterwards. So I learned. Question is, as soon as I put this chopped worm through, am I going to catch a crayfish? So yeah, I used to do all sorts of different methods. I have done all sorts of methods with streaming. If you go back to my early streams, 3 years ago now, then I actually started with a laptop and 3 cameras. So I'd have a laptop, I would have a GoPro on my chest, GoPro on my side tray, looking at the rod tip. I'd have a GoPro, I'd have the webcam from the laptop on my face. I'd have like four visuals, and it was quite a nice little setup really. I could focus onto one camera, but then I had a couple of problems. I couldn't use the laptop when it was too bright, then I couldn't see anything, and even with a filter on it still got too difficult, so that got a bit awkward. Rain was a problem, but I've got a big side tray with a big hood, so I could do that. But you're not able to then get good video recording off of the cameras to actually be able to make a video afterwards. So it was sort of, you know, causing problems with that. In the end, I found the easiest way to do it, and the most consistent, was to do it with a single GoPro. Well, on my chest, and then I've got another one at the back, just over there. And then when I do the video, I'll be able to mix the shots up. Absolutely swarming. I've just chucked that ground bait in. There's so many fry. So many fry. What I should do is I shouldn't, because I wouldn't. You imagine just putting the landing net in, chucking the ground bait over, the fry come over and keep scooping like tons of fish all the time and chuck them in the keep net. Like Graham, have you caught 15 pound of micro fish? It's all on the stream, go watch. Right, so we're coming up to the 4th hour. I said that's when I'll put chopped worm in. That's what I'm going to do now. It's going to give us another 2 minutes, and I'll bring it in and recast it. So chopped worm and cast is going to go through. I'm going to cut the corn out. Chopped worm and caster only. See how I get on with that. I suspect I'm going to catch crayfish after I do it. After about 15 minutes. But I go back to casting every 5 minutes. But I need to put more caster in with that. So let's do that. Well, I need to catch a fish, Kevin, really. Is it better in the winter? It's all right in the summer. You're just watching someone fishing a match, trying to determine what the best course of action to win is. Then I could, if I'd have caught a pole, is it better in the winter? It's phenomenal in the winter, as long as it doesn't flood. The recent, most recent Winter League that we have on here, there's 2 rounds of Winter League on Sutton Courtenay stretches of water for national, divisional, national type events. And not last season, yeah, maybe last season or the one before, it was like £10 a roach every single peg. £10, £10, £10. That was the minimum. Phenomenal days fishing. I've caught £20 a roach on the far bank where I am. I catch big pike off the far bank where I am. Just to my left in the reeds I catch loads of big chub, £6, £7. It's absolutely stocked with fish. The trouble we got right now is it's very bright. There's lots of weed that I think is causing a bit of an issue where the fish go. So yeah, and no flow. So those three things I think are contributing to hard conditions on the river right now. But maybe if I was fishing later in the day, I was fishing a waggler, then maybe I'll be having a good time, you know. Right, big blob of chopworm and cast up. I don't know if you can see that. You can't. So big blob chopworm and caster in there. Just cap it off top and bottom. Go back to 5-minute casts. By the way, if the match gets won with £3 today, then I've made the wrong choice. But what I'll do is I'll take a picture of the weighboard at the end of the match, so you can see everybody's weights. There's a few people that could struggle. I think it's really tricky knowing the anglers that are fishing. It's really hard to predict. The fishing, by the way, is sort of driven by what you're trying to do. You know, if I was trying to catch bleak today, like have a really good bleak fishing session, which a lot of people would laugh at, but if you're practicing for a competition, if you want a really good bleak fishing session, I'd fish the far bank, and I'd fish it where I was last Saturday when I did my live stream and caught a few bleak. I think you'd have a really good bleak session there today. I think the bleak are in the areas where there's not weed. In the areas where there's weed, there's a lot of small fry, and maybe some pike line in the near side. So I think that may be why the bleak aren't here in numbers. I'm not an expert, but I could think that that's feasible. The bleak want to be where there's a little bit more of a flow and bait can come down the river. And I think this slows it up on this near bank to practically, it's not, you know, the river's not moving. So if you want to go and catch them, you know, you have a great time. Also think you could catch fish on the waggler later on in the day, maybe up in the water feeding hempen caster, but I can't catapult. Oh, woe is me with my bad arm, so that could have been an option for today. But you want a little bit of flow, and it's, you know, we've got an upstream wind and the leaves and stuff I can see are all going the wrong way. These boats are having a race. So new 70 River Cruiser. It's going to get overtaken by Out of the Blue 3. Bombing along the river. If I wanted to have a really good day on the Bream, by the way, I wouldn't fish here. I know where I would fish to give myself the best chance of catching a load of Bream if I wanted to do that during the summer months. But do I think they're checking the live stream? Maybe. Maybe. I was fairly sure. I think it happened in the was it in the Daiwa Pole Masters in the summer. Another competitor, Craig Meadows, said hi on the stream. I know Craig really well. We get on, and he was on a different lake in a different section. He helps me with some bits, but it was yeah, that was one of the first times I've seen someone else that's fishing the competition pop up on stream. But maybe they're watching, maybe they're not. As long as they press the like button, I don't mind. Right, that's 4 minutes. What did I predict? I predicted crayfish after 15 minutes, didn't I? Right, get the next lump of chopped worm mix ready. Big old lump like that. Better see that. Chopped worm and caster. Wind's getting up from nowhere. Where's that happened? So within 5 minutes the wind's gone from nothing to loads of wind. Maybe that's going to put, you know, a bit of a ripple on the river. Is that going to encourage the fish to feed? I don't know. Right. How you doing in for a bit? Right, come on. 55 minutes. The Thames record last year, £297. Tom Hobbs, first day of the Thames Festival, is about 5 minutes walk to my left. So, come on the Bream. I can feel the air around me heating up from the sun. I'm just thinking everyone else is going to be in like sun all day long, and I've been in the shade. It's been lovely. I caught about £2 a bits, Darren, by the halfway point, and at that point made the decision that wasn't going to win me the match. So I've gone for Bream to try and win the match. said, I think it'll be one with about £8. If it's one with £4, then I'll be like, okay, wrong decisions for the day, but I don't think it will. As I was saying earlier, it's like no information on the river, really. Unless someone comes for a walk. You can't see to the left, you can't see to the right. A lot of sections are like this, where it's difficult to see. You might hear a fish splash and you're like, what was that? So it's very difficult to get info. On the Thames Festival last year, on day 2, I've got a video up on the channel for it. I was more in the town section, to my right, upstream, and the gentleman on my right started on the feeder and I started on the pole. And after about 30 minutes, the guy to my right caught a bream, and I'd had about £1.5 of bits. I was like, okay, let's see. And then I think he's had another one, maybe on the hour mark. I'm sitting on about £3 of fish at that point. So I'm like, right, even if I catch another £3 of fish every hour for the next 4 hours, he's only got to catch one more bream. He's got 4 hours to do it. So I'm going to have to switch. Anyway, I switched to catching bream. I switched to fishing the feeder. I had no bites. And by the time I caught my first bream, he had 5. And then by the end of the match, I finished with 4 bream. 4 or 5. I think mine weighed maybe just a little bit less than him. But further down the section to my left, there was like 3 weights of 100 and something pound bream each. But you just don't know. You don't know. In fact, I even phoned a friend of mine, Craig, who's also on the committee for the club. I phoned him up and I said, how are you getting on? And he's like, well, I've had a few bits. He was sitting on £50 of bream when I phoned him. So it's tricky to know what to do sometimes, especially on the river. It's not like you see a lot of anglers on the fishing lakes. They've all got headphones in, you know, they're phoning their mates. If they can't see you, someone else can, and you know, and it changes what they're going to do. It changes what they're going to do, no doubt about it. If someone had come along today and said that someone had caught a bream in the first 10 minutes, I'd have been like that, that's it, fish for bream then, no choice. The bream on the river can be so there's such match winners, you can't outroach them. You know, even when you start catching good roach, 8 ounces, there's still a few fish to catch a £5 bream if people are on bream. I'm going to leave this for 10 minutes, by the way. I've clocked what it's gone past. I'm just going to leave it a little bit longer. So yeah, once someone catches a bream on the stretch, you've really got no choice but to switch for bream unless you're having a great day of roach. I think my best roach weight here so far is £22 from the far bank, actually. Just opposite and along 2 or 3 pegs. Equally though, you can't sit and fish for bream every match, because quite often bream aren't caught, but a big head of silvers is caught. Let's throw up a worm and cast to come in. I'm sitting there thinking maybe I'm going to come back and fish this peg in the week. Maybe I come back in the week. If my arm's feeling better. Fish the pole. Might do that. And then see what I would have had on the pole if if all the sort of conditions are the same. See, if that wind had been on the water all day, then maybe that would have been different. That tree's a bit creaky. No, Dyra rod. Dyra rod. Yeah, if you're fishing the river and bream get caught, you're in trouble. If you're not catching bream, or you've not fed for it. I won my section in the Winter League last year, catching bream. I'd gone out. I had great anglers left and right of me. A little bit of local knowledge said, you know, could be a bream chance in the area. And sort of halfway through the match, I switched to fishing for bream. I'd fed it at the beginning like I did today. And caught 2 or 3 bream, won the section. I'm weighing in 15 pounds and they're weighing in 6. You know, sort of thing. Very different to fishing a carp venue where everyone's catching carp, or an F1 venue where everyone's catching F1s and you want to catch £30 an hour of F1s and, you know, that type of stuff, which is the sort of thing that happens at Barn Farm and places like that, or where I'm fishing for carp at Gold Valley. You know, you've just got to catch fish, whereas in the river you've got to catch the right fish, which I think is a lot of the appeal to river anglers. See, what I like about a channel is people are very happy to share. Barbel in this stretch, not this section, no. So this section runs from Abingdon Marina down to Culham Cut. That's this section called Culham Reach. If you go upriver, there's the town section, or Culham Reach upper, it's the next section, then it's the town section, and then you're in the town, so 1, 2, 3 sections up, then you get to Abingdon Lock. There's Barble in the Weirpool, but they don't come down here. Oh, didn't do stopwatch. So I think we'll have to run this for 5 minutes. Trying to keep timings going and things I can remember, and trying to stick with the match strategy, which currently looks like it's going to cause me to blow out, but I'll be really surprised if the match is won with £4. If it is, I've made a mistake, but we'll see. £2 in the net. Yeah, if you're just joining late, a lot of people do that actually. So they'll update with 40 minutes to go. I've come with the desire to catch Bleak today. I'm not allowed to fish the pole. I've got a bad arm. End of that sub story. But I was hoping to catch Bleak. Anyway, turns out the section is the peg's full of weed. I don't know if you can see it. It's like this is all of this is weed, massive weed beds. And I think the Bleak is shying away from the weed. So I was able to catch a few small Bleak further out on a 4-metre whip. But it was also mixed in with some little chublets. And what that meant was where I was fishing a Bleak rig with a Bleak hook, because there's not enough Bleak, I would go catch 2 Bleak and then there'd be a pause. And then I'd have to change the bait, and then I'd look at a little chublet. And then I'll change the bait again because it smashed it. I'd catch another Bleak, which smashed the bait. You know, that type of thing. So I wasn't able to catch Bleak. I was always going to put a line in for the feeder today. I also put a line in for chop worm on a window feeder. That tip might have just moved. Did that tip just drop back? It's dropped back halfway. I think I could be seeing ghosts today. Okay, well if a bream gets it, it's going to just rip it off anyway. So, so I wasn't catching enough on this Bleak line. Didn't think that was going to win me the match. 2.5 hours, I've caught £2. I'm not going to win the match with £4 in my mind today. I've got good anglers. I've either got good anglers or very good local anglers on the club. So, you know, I think the winning weight's going to be somewhere between £8 to £10. That's either going to be a couple of bream, because someone's going to fish for them for 5 hours, maybe get a couple, or it's going to be a Bleak and roach weight, a Bleak and perch weight at the beginning. That's okay. Oh, could have been a bream, could have been a crayfish. Bait looks unchewed. Get some fresh worm. So anyway, I didn't think that I was going to win the match. Still fishing in front of me, having a look on this line every now and then. So I made the decision halfway to go for the win. By the way, that dropped back all the way. So it dropped back halfway first time, and then that dropped back the rest of the way. That's why I struck. That was after 4 minutes. So let's get back out again. So even if the stamper got better stamp means £10 an hour, £7 in the second half, still not going to win me the match. So Match Brain says fish for Bream. And if the match is won with £3, then I've got it all wrong, but so's everyone else. Right, I need to just lift this. Can't lift the hood on the side tray. Which wouldn't normally be a problem, but the sun's come round and it's gonna right, second side tray. How's that got stuck? Can't fix it, gonna have to ignore it. No, just double worm. That's what I find the most reliable for me. Just double worm, it's just, yeah, it's just something I used and then caught and then kept catching on it, so I stuck with it. Maybe I can move the phone. Just there. If I don't sort it out, the phone will overheat and it'll cut the stream out. So it could have been Charlie crayfish, could have been a bream. Back out there 4.5 minutes. I'm tempted to leave it longer. So I think that's what I'm going to do. This big weed patch to my right, it's got like a Now I can see it more because the sun's come round. There's like a hole in the weed patch just to the right. I don't know where it is on the camera. It's just sort of there. Just sort of the. You just imagine like Mr. Crabtree just dropping a bomb with a big lobworm in that gap in the weed. Afternoon sizzle. Minutes left. Come on, Bream. So another little thing I noticed when I was packing the car yesterday, that someone's been nibbling at the foam on the trolley. Surefire sign that I've got mice in the garage. So put some traps out last night. This morning, there he is, little field mouse or dormouse, whatever it is. So I brought it with me today, released it in the car park, which is the other side of the river, so I reckon I'll be alright. But they have, for some reason, I don't know why, but they seem to have, I've got so much bait in my garage. And yet the mouse wants to go and eat foam off of the trolley. I've had it eat pole rollers, I've had them eat pole rollers before. There's something in that material that mice find very attractive. No, I don't map them, Dennis, but I do. The more I fish them, I just learn them, if that makes sense. The river's pretty universal. I know the deep bits, I know the shallow bits, but you're plumbing it anyway when you're setting up, so it doesn't matter so much. It's not like I'm fishing blind. I know where the deepest part of the peg is. You know, that type of thing. And when I'm fishing a match, I'm not sure it's so important as maybe Neil, who's trying to catch one fish in a session or something like that. We'll pay more attention to it where he's looking for a specimen fish, but the roach go where I sling the balls of ground bait. Which for me, it's on the 13 metre line, and if it was John Arthur, it'd be 14 and a half. Yeah, you're right, mice aren't the smartest, but it was smart enough to go and find the place to get some nesting material. I think that's what it's doing it for. Right. Next chop worm's going in. Strike it, just in case fish is hanging on the end. is possible with a 1 metre hook length. Bait looks good. Yeah, now I know I can stream in this peg, which sometimes isn't always the same, but now I know I can stream in it, I'm more likely to come down and do a pleasure fishing session in there, catch some fish on the pole. Yeah, you could have had 2 pole lines here today. One perch line the other side of this weed, which now the sun's out I can see it. And then another one at 13 metres. So 25 minutes to go. I'm hoping that my tactical decision gets rewarded. Like I say, if I don't catch a bream and then I look at the weights at the end of the day and the match is won with £6, I wouldn't have caught £6 doing what I was doing anyway. So I'm a bit restricted on what I could do. I'm surprised I didn't catch on the window feeder though. Not an indication of a fish. Even when I put just all maggots in there, I thought I might have got something. Absolute stacks of silver, like tiny fry, all along this reed, all along this weed. But now I can see where it stops. Just saying, even if I do catch a bream, I've got to keep it up in the water. Don't want it getting in that. So bear that in mind. But yeah, so I hope you've enjoyed. If you don't match fish, you'll wonder what it's about. I hope you've enjoyed some of the thoughts behind it. You've got to make decisions to try and win the match, not just sit here and catch some fish, which is what, you know, a lot of people do. I'm competing against the other anglers today, and whether I catch £4 and beat them or £40 and beat them, the goal is to beat them. So don't be daft. The thing about if I came and fished a pole, I did say I think if my arm's all right. By the way, Neil, I did say if my arm's all right, it would be more relaxed. It would be more relaxed. But yeah, maybe it's just crazy talk and I shouldn't be even thinking about it. But who doesn't want to think about fishing when you're a fisherman, right? That was not the rod getting dragged in, by the way, it slipped. Could have been good though, couldn't it? Come on, Bream. One thing I was going to say, where was it? Dennis. Actually, the stream is a good reference and record for me. So if I don't think I've got a lot of knowledge about what's going on in the river currently, I go back and I check my previous videos for what was going on. It's a very good library, which is how quite a few people use it as well. So they'll go to the same time the previous year and see how it was fishing, just to get a guide. Not too great, Colin. I had to make a decision at the halfway point to try to win the match, and I've made that decision, but I've not had another fish since. So I think it's going to see me blow out, but this match is quite different to others that I fish. Sometimes you fish in a festival where section points matter. So if there's 10 points, then you get 10 points for last and 1 point for first, and you want to, fifth might be all right. So you want to try and fish in a way that will just keep you catching fish and then get you up the section. But today it's not, it's a club match. I think we've got 12 or 14 people on it, I'm not sure. And it's about winning today. So at the halfway point I decided what I was doing wasn't going to win me the match. I've tried another couple of things and I've gone for it, but it's not paid off. But it's all part of a formulated plan, if that makes sense. So many fish out on that reed line. They're not big enough to eat those dead pinkies. They're having a go, but they're not big enough yet. They're like inch-long fish. They're not even... I wanted to say that these can't be... These must be like a second spawning. These can't be from earlier on in the year. Or maybe they're a bit smaller because there's so many of them. Interesting, but... Right, 7 minutes, 20 minutes to go. Is that tip going to go around? £2 down. I got about £2 a bits. Oh, in terms of what's been caught elsewhere, no idea. No idea. I won't find out until the weigh-in, and I'll be either the fourth or third to weigh. There'll be another load of weighs after me. So if you've not been here before, if it's your first time, I don't show the weigh-in. That's because the people that are coming round doing the weigh-in, they're not expecting me to be live streaming. At best, they might think I'm just recording a video. So, sort of respect to them, and what might be said by somebody, do you know what I mean, that doesn't know that I'm broadcasting to the world. I don't video I don't record the weigh-in. But if you come back to the channel later tonight, on the posts bit, I'll post the weights. I'll let everyone know whether today was a good decision or bad decision. But yeah. Okay, it's going to put two new worms, and I'm going to hook them slightly differently. I normally hook them in the head and then take the tail off. What I'm going to do this time, I'm going to take the head off and then hook them, and then take the bottom off, which sort of shortens the time the bait's going to wriggle for, but increases its scent output. And I've got a boat and it needs to go quick, or I'm going to have to be quick casting. Oh, come on. I'm going for it. Hold tight, everyone. Just watch that SLR and reel just get dragged in the river. You'll be like, that was the what? That was the wrong choice. Come on, Bream. It's a little bit early. We fish these club matches early to give people time to do stuff in the rest of the day, and sometimes I wish we fished a little bit later. I don't think you're meant to have that many fumes coming off the back of that boat, yeah? That don't look good. That is a bit stinky. Kind of running out of time with 13 minutes to go. Still possible, it says. Still catch 2 bream in that time. But it's a bit tight. Come on, he's a nice shoal of fish. 50, 100 bream. Bream or bust. £4 would not have won this match today. If £4 is a winning weight, then I don't know what people have been doing in other pegs. I don't think they've got the same weed problem that I've got, because up in the like peg 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the flow of the river's on the inside, so it would clear the weed out, I think. It's a very successful swan with 6 babies. No, 5. They've got to that size. Oh. Worms missing. I don't know, was that the bream? I don't worm. I don't generally bites and no fish. Generally, meet hook length like they're on. It's a bream, they've had it. Fish, they've had it. That's twice now. I've had dropbacks all the way and felt nothing. And 9 minutes to go. I bought a couple of pound smokes up to the halfway point. I decided that wasn't going to get me anywhere, so I went for broke. Bream, and I've had dropbacks. One that happened, but no. Even if it's a perch, it would have swallowed the bait to move the feeder. Who knows? Maybe it was a little daddy rough. Maybe it was a little daddy rough. Eight minutes. Come on. Just pull it round.
Just caught fish 11. 11 fish, mate. And do you know what, Marlon? He's literally caught one perch, and then the 11th one is a 30 Bleak. I've got a video of them. We ain't had a picture of all of them because obviously all of them look fucking the same. Yeah. But he's got a video that I did, and then he caught one when I was videoing him. He's got a few pictures, but no, we didn't take them all. Obviously, they're only small, and he's obviously had a few. But the peg one is a water pipe. He's on the other peg for he's caught another one. He's caught 12 now. Hang on, that's a Bleak. In the row, he's got 12, but in the other peg, he caught 4 in an hour. On half an hour, and he's caught 8.
He's better than me on the far bank, isn't he? Tomorrow. I hope you can't hear my friends on the far bank, but I suspect you can. I'm going to leave it in. I'm not going to recast it. Could also be that the Bleak want to be in the sun and not in the shade. Things to remember for the future. Well, it moved. Well, 3 minutes to go, or less than 3 minutes to go. Just cast it back out again. Tip move back. Triggered me to strike. That means they've got a, you know, that's moving the whole meter hook length. Or he's moving the feeder itself. Because if it was Bream, it would just, sometimes you get a drop back, but it just goes. Could be crayfish just the feeder. It's in a row. Feeder and double worm and fish. So I think it could be that. minutes to go. I'll just do a quick summary. I've got about £2 in the net at the end of the day. A few fish up in the water on the whip. You can see now is a massive weed bed in front of me. I caught on the 3 metre whip and then I went on the 4 metre whip. I didn't have a problem, but now I can see the expanse of how big this weed bed is. Put some line first. Feeder I put in 4 baitfuls, 4 feeder first. I started on the whip after. No, I didn't. Let's try it again. Right, got the new summary. Do it again. Keep hoping this rod's going to bend round. That's why. Oh, I think it's crayfish moving the feeder. Do a quick summary of the day. So a little bit different today. I'm on strict doctor's orders or physio's using my pole, so I've got a tendonitis in my left elbow. So I thought I'd fish with the whip and a couple of feeds, corn, caster and worm on a long line, and worm and caster on a short window. And then I hope I'll come to the peg. It looked all right, but now as the sun's come round, I can see I've got a massive weed bed in front of me. So what I do, start the match, I put 4 feederfuls of bait on the line. Cast, so no indication. I was looking for a quick bream that never came. Then I'd come short, I was catching fish on the whip, but it wasn't quite right. I was catching fish feeder. Started to feed the whip line with maggots and some hemp. Nothing on the window feeder. I've come back onto the whip and I've caught some fish. I've caught all sorts. I've got a little perch, doublet, bass, I've got bleak. But what was clear was it wasn't bleak. And I think all those other fish are living in this weed, and those bleak don't want to. So I'd catch a bleak, but because I was fishing a bleak rig with a bleak hook, and I'm expecting to catch leaving the okay for a bleak and not for others. So there was long pauses between the fish. I changed the hook, see if that would improve things a bit deeper. That was off. Then I went back on the window feeder, had a couple, no indications, maggot feeder, no indications. And I've come back and I've caught some more fish on the whip. And at the halfway point, I've got £2 at that point, which I think is my final weight. And I've in that if I'm going to win the match, I'm going to catch 2. I've got to catch Bream to win. Confident they'll catch £7 to £10. To my left might have caught one. I heard a splash. Maybe it wasn't. So anyway, so I've committed to the Bream line, but unfortunately, as often the case, I guess, in some of these river matches, it's not paid off. I'm confident. I don't think I would have won if I'd have carried on catching what I was catching, and having tried the window feeder line and having a line on the long line, I haven't really got a lot of other options. So that's it really. I've finished with about £2. I didn't even know the weed was here in for a bit. You couldn't see it. I've been in the shade all day and I'm still in the shade. The sun is just creeping round onto this peg. So it's a phenomenal peg to fish in the sunny days because of the tree cover. But yeah, I think that this weed is preventing the bleak from being here. Maybe they're a bit further out. But you know, would you need then a 6 metre whip? And I can't because I'll catch the trees behind me. Anyway, that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. If it was your first time here, then if you had a good time, please hit the subscribe button. It's a free way to support the channel, and you can find your way back and turn the notifications on, and you'll get a little note when I go live next time, which, as you can see from the 300 plus videos on the channel, I go live quite a lot and there's lots of content for everyone. So that's it really. Darn it. I'll take a little bit of I'll take a little footage of this weed bed so you can see just how big it is, and I'll cut that into the video. But thanks for watching. I appreciate your support. Thanks for coming. But I think it's safe to say I'll catch you on the next one. See you later. Ta-ra.